Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome to another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, all content, fire spells only. Before we get started, I'd like to take an opportunity to play the camera minigame, sneeze, and thank our wonderful contributors. So 1 second while I hopefully coax this sneeze to come on out. It'll come when it'll come, I guess. Since I'm on time today, I will start by reading the placards that I read these at the start of each and every... Sorry, I just moved the camera down, so I'm having to kind of like fiddle with it again because I experimented with a different positioning for recording purposes. But if you guys want your names at these on these placards, which I do read at the start of every stream, all you have to do is chuck coins at me. That is, you know, purchase or maintain a subscription during the listed month, or donate. I'll make a one-off donation on coffee or other sites of $2 or more during the listed month cycle. All of your contributions have been extremely helpful. Thank you guys so incredibly much for this month. I will read those I will read those names, those generous people, right now. Thank you to Just Me Carly 917, Shiny of Hyrule Nest for their purchase or maintenance of their subscriptions. Thank you to Mr. Fent for gifting subscriptions to Nice One M and Troll Castle King Jason. Thank you guys so much for that. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with your subscription. With your subscriptions, plural. Thank you to Mr. Gorda Goku for their continued Patreon membership, or Valkyrie tier Patreon membership over on Patreon. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with such a membership. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for sorry, my brain blanked. Thank you to Mr. Rasby for the maintenance of their Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that membership. And while I do not have any one-off donations this month, I would like to thank people who have donated directly via Coffee or other platforms in the past. Your donations really truly do mean a lot. Thank you so incredibly much for that. Without further ado, we're going to hopefully get started and catch up with chat. Don't see anything on our green or red apps today, so welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you guys enjoy, or that you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, you're not helping the amazing Gen stream set up a Discord server for their community, good sir. Nice. She thanked you, but you made her laugh and said, no worries at all, Jen. No need to thank me. A thanks is nice. Is the nice, comfy manager role that I've allocated myself. At first you wanted to check with someone else to do it, but they said that they aren't confident. So you said, I'm confident. You made the TCC. Nice. That's good. I'm glad that you're continuing to help people out as you come into contact with them, Mr. Jason. That's always a good thing, truly. So how is everyone's 4-day weekend? I would say 3. No. I streamed on Friday. I guess that would be a 3-day weekend, wouldn't it? How was everyone's 3-day weekend? I hope it was a lot better than mine. That's about as much as I want to say. I put out my thoughts for October the 23rd, that Monday. I did make the vlog. It is in the stages of being edited. and hopefully with some time within this week, I will have log number 8 up and ready to go for people to read. I will put the appropriate trigger warnings and other stuff in there, so just mind that vlog number 8's gonna be a dark place. Just like not a nice listen was what I will say to that. Mr. Jason says all part of our service after all, good sir. Too true. Okay, let me make sure that the volumes are set internally. They appear to be. And we will move back over here. In our last session, we cleared up to the Death Bird, and we got ourselves the sacrificial axe, which is used to give us an evil eye effect when we kill enemies, but for FP. Just gonna go ahead and clean that up a little bit. And we finished up in Limgrave. Like, most of the stuff that we have to do now deals with the Weeping Peninsula. We're gonna make a nice, good, clean sweep. If you guys want to follow along with our routing notes and or other things, feel free to type in !ERPath if you want to see my route notes, or !ERHitless if you want to see the hitless / deathless rules that I'm using for our challenge run. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in right at the beginning. Mr. Jason says, now, of course, good sir, all Discord servers that you've helped set up will be added eventually to a references section of the TCC to show others what assistance you've given. Makes sense. You can't currently remember the fancy terminology for the word. You're wanting like a partner's index or an affiliate's index, that kind of thing. If it's the list itself, there's a different word I can't think of. Can't help with that, but that's good. Yes, that'll be nice. Even as Discord begins to hemorrhage membership. And greetings to you as well, Mr. Shiny. I do hope things are going smoothly for you. At least as much as they can be anyway. Okay. So my goal today is to more or less, let's see, how far away? We're pretty far. I would like to get up to the Tower of Return today, at the very least. The Tower of Return is over here. I know this tower by name. It is a very special tower. I will even try to show it off, of course, if I can at all possible, because it's pretty interesting. In that you can shortcut a lot of the game if you take that tower. And since the redemptions were used, I do know that they are functional, which is good. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason was very preoccupied in doing what Mr. Jason does best, with talking about Mr. Jason and what Mr. Jason has done. Yep. I have taken the liberty of writing a lot of route notes. Mr. Shiny says, oh, they are? Nice. Waiting for the next paycheck and you can push your plans forward? Awesome. I hope those go smoothly for you, good sir. Truly. Oh, given that I know where we are now, I will endeavor to show you, I will endeavor to show everyone one of the very dreaded rune pieces. I want you guys to take a look. See this, like, sparkling orange object? What's up, Mr. Jason? While you're typing that out, yeah, this orange object right here, yeah, he can actually land on that. How would you land on that, you might ask? See those rock spires that jut out over there? We have to leapfrog off of those onto this set of rocks and manage to make our way without falling to where that rune piece is. Let me see if I can't get a better view. Okay, so that spirit jellyfish, that pair of spirit jellyfish over there, I'll try to like tilt my camera in like the upper left-hand corner. Yeah, they're standing on solid ground, right? The spirit jellyfish float, but they can't fly or anything. Flying creatures, in fact, cannot actually fly in this game unless they're dragons. There's a spire, there's a rock platform right above where my character's head is, and that has to be jumped on. That's sitting underwater. Not totally underwater, but enough to where your feet are definitely in water. We gotta make a lot of precarious jumps to get this rune piece. It's not worth it. You die so many times trying to get it. I believe the great mighty Poe has made a YouTube video about this particular rune piece. So if you want to check out how to get it, you could look at his content. Let me catch back up on chat here, and then we will move forward. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Shiny has a very thick dartboard, and Mr. Jason has a very smart board. Too true. Too true. Mr. Shiny says, since tickets for a festival are purchased, it is time to secure accommodation for 2 nights, as well as update your wardrobe with some new clothes and tactical boots. Wow. Nice. That's awesome. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason already has the best view, good sir. Seeing that, dapper gentleman, I appreciate that, good sir. Wow, that's awesome. But you're going to a festival? That's fantastic. Yeah, I hope you have fun. I hope that festival is a smooth, awesome festival. Mr. Shiny says you need to make sure Metalhead looks like a Metalhead now that a Metalhead has regular income. I hear you. You gotta take on the grunge. The you know, laid back appearance, a somewhat laid back appearance of a metalhead, relaxed yet fearsome all at once. So it's a hard look to achieve. Mr. Shiny says you mentioned your expenses will pay off, haven't you? Yes, you have mentioned that, and this is what you meant. That's awesome. I hope you have. I hope the festival's a good one. Yeah, so that rune piece I was mentioning earlier is one of the few in the early portions of the game that we skip just because of how hard the jumps are. And you can't use Torrent. I should also say that. That rune piece is technically located in this section of the map. The Castle Morn, that's this area. Castle Morn is a legacy dungeon. That means you can't summon Torrent in there. Warping in and out's a little bit more difficult, blah, blah, blah. It's like, think of it like its own instance almost. You know, just not with any actual real instancing. It's not World of Warcraft, but I'm trying to explain how it's like a separate world almost. So because you can't use Torrent to help you have to make these precarious jumps on foot. It's not fun. I might try it once just to show you guys how difficult it actually is. so people know I'm not just like yanking their chain. I do so tire of I really dislike strays. Stray dogs are no fun in this game. But yeah, I had an okay weekend. You know, I just focused on not trying to drive myself mad, which of course didn't exactly work. It didn't exactly work out, but I did at least try. I did have the tabletop session. That was at least fun. Of course, it also did not go according to plan. We couldn't trim out the fat of wanting to do more with the limited amount of time we had, so unfortunately, Avatar: The Last Airbender tabletop role-playing game campaign isn't going to be wrapped up until next month, but I'm confident we'll be able to wrap it up by then, and then one of our session mates can finally go on and do his own thing with campaigns that he's actually invested time into. I don't begrudge him of that. And we'll still see him occasionally, so it's not like he's found new friends and has ditched the rest. He's a DM now, and he can't focus on like non-DM things. That's kind of what happens when you dungeon master for a tabletop campaign. You kind of need to commit everything to that, or you're going to give a half-hearted effort to DMing for your players, and that's not something you want to be doing. It's just not. If people are wondering why I'm riding around, it is to get rune pieces. The more rune pieces we get here early, the more power we'll actually have when we defeat our first shard bearer. His name is Godric. Godric the Grafted. He's got 4 arms. And you'll even see him graft something to himself mid-fight. You guys will get to see all those cutscenes in full while we're here in the routing, because once the run starts, once we actually sit down to do a real run, let me tell you, I'm going to be skipping so much text, it's not going to be funny. Mr. Jason says the best decision you made was to follow the coin stamp channel. I appreciate that, good sir. I want that to be the best decision everyone that bumps into my channel makes, but I have to work harder to cultivate a social media presence, and I'm very bad at that. Mostly because I don't want to post on social media. But if I don't do it, I'll you know, I've sat at 150 subscribers for a while. You know, that's not good. I would like to see my channels growing. I am considering, however, making another channel for the challenge runs. Because Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom did something real funny to my channel algorithm. I mean, I'm in the same game system for 18 months. It was inevitable that I was going to end up, like, people were kind of going to start knowing me as, like, a Zelda tuber, which wasn't really my goal, but again, what are you supposed to do? Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine or Pepsi, by the way. Sweet cherry flavor. A mixture. I think we've taken a a bit of a lap. Mr. Jason says, you also made an equally good decision, Mr. Coin. You also followed the Just Me Carly 917 channel. That you did, good sir. How is she these days? I haven't heard much from her since she stepped back from her roles. I don't know if you've talked to her more recently than I have, which is to say not all that recently. I think, yeah, I think we have to do, like, this other, like, backside over here. Let's see if I'm right. Is there, Incant Scarab? I could check my Incants, actually, to see if we've already done that. Yes. Yes. So we should have grabbed the rune pieces on this side, but I'm gonna check anyway. Better safe than sorry. When a real run starts, I'll have paid a much better, you know, attention to what we've done and how we've done it and when we've done it. Okay. Let's check over here. Is there a bear? Yeah, okay, we've made a sweep through here. We're good now. Mr. Jason says, yeah, Mr. Jason says she is doing reasonably okay, and you told her, like myself, that you're thinking of her every day? Okay. That's good. That's good to hear. As much as she can be for how worked she is and, you know, all of her health conditions. I'm glad she's doing okay. Okay. So now that we've done the checkup, let's go ahead and rest. I think I will... I cannot replace that spell yet. I do not have... I do not have... I probably have enough runes. Okay, so, while I'm here, even though we've swapped our shortcut to the Gilded Court, if I want to, I can go to the Table of Lost Grace. You just can't select it. It's off map. But you absolutely can do that. The same is true if you don't set the shortcut. Mr. Jason says there is something that she has done that you're exceptionally pleased about, but it's not something you will discuss in a stream. Sure.
Ah, well then.
I'm gonna pick up regular heal here. I am also going to pick up Flame Fort and Magic Fortification. I'm gonna pick up all those. And we are gonna go back to the rampart. This part's kind of cool. So this is base Elden Ring for the most part. There are actually a couple of neat little things. First, we can use this Spirit Spring to get a turtle shield, which the turtle shield will, if you don't use it, or you like two-hand an item, you can actually use it to mitigate certain kinds of attacks, like overhead strikes. It's kind of neat, actually. It also enhances stamina regen, if I remember correctly. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, stamina recovery speed and slightly increases damage negation when held on the back. So as in, you're not holding it out and using it like a shield. Which is kind of cool. And you can get a quick, easy rune piece here. Rest up again. This is one of my favorite things in the game to do is, like come over here and find these towers. These are referred to as rises or towers. They contain memory stones and usually ask you to kill a couple of phantoms in order to unlock them. Some of them have more elaborate conditions, but baseline it's find 3 phantom spirits, kill them, and then unlock the door. There are a couple where you have to either find a hole in the tower, or you actually have to know a certain gesture in order to unlock them. But for the most part, most of the rises or towers have the same things going on. Mr. Jason says, to answer your question, you had a good weekend, Mr. Coin? Nice. You're on Saturday, you went out for dinner with your family. Let me get off of the... Get off me. Thank you. My goodness, such a silly dog. You went out for dinner with your family on Saturday, and then on Sunday you went out shopping and purchased some Easter eggs for family and friends, a Mother's Day card for your mom and grandma, as it is the 15th of March here, and you bought another 20 packs of those Jakeman's soothing lozenges. Are you dealing with sore throat, Mr. Jason? Or otherwise just have, you know, issues with your throat? I did not mean to do that. Alright. Yeah, by all means, go over there. Seek 3 wise beasts. Ah, that would be why there was a combat sound. So these here are spirit tortoises, or spirit turtles. And you have to find 3. Mr. Jason says, no. Good sir, the soothing lozenges help you if you ever overestimate the size of your meals and end up feeling sick. Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm glad you were able to find all that stuff. So there was one on the side of the steps. There's one here in the water. I have to like find it. Right here. And there should be one just kind of sitting out on the road, if I recall right. Yep, that's it. It's pretty easy. And here we are, inside Eurydice's Rise. Most of them are named after a, most of them are named after specific individuals in lore, but not much is mentioned of them. Mr. Jason says, but they also do help if you have a bit of a bad cough like tonight. Hope you get to feeling better for what that's worth. Even if you're not sick, if the cough is supposed to be kind of a temporary thing, no, I mean, coughs aren't fun. I have coughed due to long COVID, and that's not fun. Ah, yes, a memory stone. I believe we are good on this split. There we go. Now we're on the right one. And trust me, it's not worth it to try to jump off these towers. Just don't even bother. Drop down or climb down normally. Mr. Jason says, while unconfirmed, you feel like long COVID is probably what you have. You've not been right since 2020. My dad says the same thing. But the thing is, you don't feel ill or sick. Did you contract COVID? Is that something that happened? Let me know if that was a tad too sensitive of a question, but usually long COVID doesn't come out of the equation unless you've contracted regular COVID. Mr. Jason says you did, yes? Yeah, you know, like a constantly runny nose, or you've lost some sense of taste or smell or something. Those are a lot of the leftovers. Or if you develop brain fog as a symptom, like consistent, continual brain fog, and it is beyond just the brain fog you receive for not exercising or not taking care of yourself. Yeah, COVID exacerbates. Long COVID can exacerbate brain fog. Yeah, if you don't feel ill or sick but not quite right, yeah, long COVID is probably it, and it's a thing that takes years before it settles out, from what I understand. Mr. Jason says, also, you think the cough is mostly your overactive mind as well? For when you're asleep, the cough does not bother you at all? Well, yeah. I would sure hope so. You're sleeping, but do you wake up and have like an achy or throbby sore chest from where you might have been coughing and just weren't awake? Okay. Yep, I believe that. Okay. So maybe some part of it could be like psychosomatic. That is to say, what your mind experiences or is thinking about is what it will have their body do or deal with. It's kind of a complicated word, but it's not hypochondria. That's like a whole different thing. Some illnesses have like a psychosomatic component to them. It's why, the psychosomatic element of illness is often why placebos are tested. Because you can trick yourself into... The mind can trick the body into experiencing certain things if it thinks it's getting something, like medicine. It's referred to as the placebo effect for a reason. I didn't mean to get all riled up, but that's fine. I can't even read this game. How many more of you want to come out of the woodwork? As craters glow in deepest night, we welcome our Lord from the stars. So this text right here is an indicator that we should come back here at night. Mr. Jason says you did have one person say, and you agree, if your cough was something not right with you as an illness, it would keep you up at night. Yeah, so it's more of a physiological thing. Like, long COVID is the sort of illness that very slowly changes some physiological things about you that are true or untrue. I know from experience. I've always had a cough, but my long-term coughing did get worse with long COVID. I always had brain fog, but the brain fog became worse with long COVID. Mr. Jason says you have this weird nervous tick-like thing that's just constant throughout the day, but at night, nothing. At least when you finally get to sleep. Yeah, that could be a that could be overactive, you know, ADHD brain. It could be like the particular manifestations of autism, or it could be something that got kick-started or jump-started by COVID spike protein. Well, I don't know if we'll ever really know either if that is true or not. You know, at least not with the world the way it is right now. I feel like that's something that we all kind of have to collectively come together as a species to solve, and we're not doing that right now. We're busy blasting the hell out of each other for one perceived reason or another. That's about as much as I want to touch on current world events. That's really about as much as I want to say at the moment. Because I'm not as well researched as I appear, and number two, I don't even have all the facts yet. Like I don't want to make things politically charged or geopolitically charged if they don't need to be. Mr. Jason says, prior to 2016 in college, you didn't have this tick-like thing. You think you caused it to yourself with stressing over college assignments? There is a content creator. I think his name is Haruma Red, or, The Dual Logs is the name I know him by. And he talks about how he would work himself to a point where, based on his physiological, based on his own physiology and what he was doing for work, if he does too much work, half of his body will seize up and just be paralyzed. Like, he literally can't do anything when he gets like that. So he had to, like, with every channel he makes, he has to get an editor, and there's only but so much that the guy can do on his own. Like, he has to have help. It's quite the debilitating condition. I'm kind of using my right hand while I'm flexing my left hand here. Mr. Jason says it is now less than 9 days. You will finally have your talking flower. Nice. Here's hoping it's all it's cracked up to be, and, you know, not just some silly gimmick. In less than 9 days. I hear ya. Okay, so this here, the magnetic ore, splits into both crackling substance and shimmering substance, which is really cool, because it means we don't have to do separate farming runs for these two items. We can just farm magnetic ore, and it'll it'll solve our problems. Which I might make a couple of laps to do that. Now that I'm thinking on it. Something like that. And we can make a whole bunch of signs of the all-knowing. This is like extremely useful stuff. Alright. Now we're ready to tackle the split properly. As you hope it's not. It's already looking like it'll be the 2026's Furby. We all have to have our Chucky doll somewhere, Mr. Jason. First it was Chucky, then it was Furbies, and now it'll be talking flowers. It'll be Flowy from Undertale. I did not pass the time right. It'll be like this. Mr. Jason says, speaking of 2026's Furby, good sir, did you tell me that you've pre-ordered the Nintendo the Super Mario Galaxy movie Hatch and Yoshi interactive toy egg? No, you've not told me that. That is new information. Interactive toy egg, huh? All right, Star Caller. Oh, and yeah, the gravity fan item hurts a lot. Like a lot. Mr. Jason says you tap the egg and it hatches a Yoshi that talks. Wow, that's like... I did not mean to do that. I did not hold the D-pad when selecting the spell. That is a go back to the bonfire or go back to the rest site moment. That is too much. That is too much. There's just too much. Too many open mistakes there. How did that hit me? Mr. Jason says, you're not usually one to order movie-related products except for the 4K Blu-rays and Steelbooks, but for that you just had to have it. Oh, is it like an impressive, does the quality have like good craftsmanship to it or something? I think this is the last one. Yeah, it's the last one. Okay. Okay. I do need to focus up for a quick second while we deal with the Alabaster Lord real quick. It's the same one. This is the same kind of enemy we fought over here. No, wrong spot. Here. That sits right outside the Gilded Cave of Knowledge. This area right here. This is the same kind of guy. I'll show you. Not too difficult, but I have died to this particular Alabaster Lord before, just from offhand strikes. So better safe than sorry. Mr. Jason says, check it out, good sir. Okay. I'm happy with this. I'm fine with that. Wow, that's a nice toy. Comes in its own eggshell and everything, and it's you even have the whole figure. It is 60 pounds though. Mr. Jason says if it doesn't work, I'll DM it to you later. I didn't play the audio clip or video clip with it, but I did look at the pictures. That is 60 pounds. I hope this primo toy works and does not arrive to you as or it comes with defects. I would hate for that to happen because that's a lot of poundage spent for no reason. Well, not no reason. It would be a lot of poundage spent just to have something like wrong with it the second it gets there. So I hope the toy comes out smooth. I would probably not pay for that. Me personally. Okay. Mr. Jason says, well, actually, you're shelling out 120. Wait, you're getting 2 of these things? You're getting 2 of them. That's what that well actually is saying. Wow. I mean, one's going into the office as a collector's item, yes. Would that be the I'm keeping it in a sealed package for that purpose? It's going in the museum. I'm running around collecting room pieces in this section before we get to the next cave. If people are wondering what the heck I'm doing, that's why. Mr. Jason says yes, and especially because this egg is a one-time thing. Ah, a limited edition, limited run item. That makes sense. I can understand that. I could definitely understand that. I'm trying to save up money for like an LLC license. Oh, am I missing something, Mr. Jason? Did I not say it right? Come on then, fly through here then. Mr. Jason says, as in, oh, as in once you tap the egg, the Yoshi actually hatches through it and it breaks. Oh, so the egg is like... I thought the egg was kind of... like you could keep the egg kind of intact or... something else along those lines. I guess if the egg breaks, it's not usable anymore. Not in the same capacity. So like you can't put the Yoshi back into the egg, so to speak. Also, you missed a pun, good sir. Ah, you're shelling out. Get it? Shelling. Shelling out. Eggshell. Ah. That was a good one. Sorry, my mind is truly not quite all the way here. I had like a really extensive conversation with my longtime client's husband regarding membership in the veterans support organization that I'm part of, and he more or less gave me what I would consider the best piece of news I could ever truly possibly receive. So my mind is still kind of on Coin's personal life, more or less. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason has to be 100% sure on if he wants a product. For Mr. Jason usually buys 2 or more of them. Yeah, you don't want to waste money on something you don't want to buy. That's just common sense. Sorry. I'm not bored. I'm not bored. I'm just tired. I'm just tired. I'm thinking about a lot of things. Some of which I can talk about, some of which I can't. Mr. Jason says, when your youngest niece was younger, even younger, you had a wall of amiibo figures and she wanted them as they were toys. Mr. Jason, no touching. Yeah, like, I mean, amiibo are not just toys. They have sensitive electrical data on them. They cost a lot of money. I totally get that. if I seriously had a shelf of amiibos, I probably would not just let any old person under the sun touch them. But I don't have a shelf of amiibos. I don't have an amiibo card, nothing of the sort. So speaking of amiibo card, I'll put a feeler out there because, you know, my audience does like Zelda. But if you guys do have amiibos, I would be interested in some footage of the amiibos being scanned. I know I could go out there and find it, but it's always better to have authentic footage of, like, scanning the amiibo, and it is easier to ask the audience for permission on this as opposed to a random person. That is something I do want for the video essay. When I get ready to talk about it, like, amiibo features are something I do want to touch on, because it's like DLC, but it's not DLC, if that's making any sense. Mr. Jason says you have a Mii Brawler amiibo figure that you've trained up to level 50 in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and you've saved your actual Mii to it, so whenever you set up a new Nintendo Switch, you don't have to remake your Mii from scratch. Nice. Nice. You could just upload, you could just use the amiibo to do that. That's cool. Which split are we on? Okay. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feed with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. I don't normally keep the action rolling during those scenes, but this room is very finicky. Thank you guys for sitting through the... I need to, like, adjust this. Thank you guys for sitting through that. It's the part of content creation I don't care for, honestly, but it's got to get done. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour while we stream. This is the first of 3. When the top of the hour arrives, which will be in about 3 minutes from now, there will be a timer just to the left of my webcam. I should be sliding that way. Just to the right of the webcam, or left of the webcam, and it'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, the ads over on Twitch will be playing, and I will be getting up to take a stretch. I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. It'll make the break pass by faster. That said, spend the time however you like. Once that timer reaches 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get right back to the gaming. Not really much to say there. Let me check on all of our wonderful, lovely chats that we have going on. Okay. Mr. Jason says you will be slightly delayed after the break, good sir. Very well. You go on to say, also just randomly, you've still not found your 6 sealed copies of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door for Nintendo Switch. You don't know where they've gone. I hope you find them. Because that is a lot of copies of expensive electronic software to have gone missing. Hopefully they're just in, like, some unused part of your office, or they're hiding behind an object, or something else along those lines. Mr. Jason says that is something that hashtag only Mr. Jason can do. I've done it too. I've lost multiple combs and cleaning cloths throughout the years, only to like find them later. Careful. I have to be like extra careful around this part. Because a wallop from these guys does hurt at this health level, and it hurts quite a bit. Yeah, with any luck, I hope you find that stuff. That like video games are not a fun object to lose. I have a comb, and I know that's less expensive than the game, but it is something I have been trying to find for like a month now. I've resorted to borrowing other people's combs after washing them out so I don't get other people's hair in my head, on my head. And I still have not found the comb. I'm gonna have to break down and buy a new one, I think, but my money is limited. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. I'm minding the time here. Oh yeah, this room is trapped. Look at all those skeletons up there. Just look at them. Yeah, you don't want to get caught on this. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Okay. Let's check with chat, and then let's keep things moving and schmoovin', huh? Alright. Yep. I didn't see anything, so let's move on. I think there are 1 or 2 codex entries we can get down here. Like these bodies right here. Now we'll see if there's a large one. Just kind of watching. Okay, nope, those are all small. Get off me. Freaking corpse. At least they can't climb ladders. That's always a plus when they can't climb or do anything. Okay, so yeah, we just have these 2 guys up here. I want to make sure we're good to go, and I'm not like carrying unnecessary spells in here. Don't think we want O Flame. Don't think we want Surge O Flame either. But I think the rest are probably fine. Welcome back, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're about to wipe. We're about to kick butt with hopefully with the Erdtree Burial Watchdog. That's down here in the, what am I in combat with? The Impaler's Catacombs. This should hopefully be a fairly quick battle. Fairly. How was your 3-day weekend? Gotta be careful because there's still 2 of these imps in the room. Okay. Angie Philosopher says good. You were doing a little studying for your math exam today. It went pretty well. Nice. The studying or the exam? Both. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That is the wrong time to do that. And yeah, okay, they can do up. I've seen them do up to like 3. It's always so close with these. It feels like it shouldn't be, but like I shouldn't be getting quite so close to these guys, but or close to death when I fight them, but I do. Do you know what? Since you what kind of math exam was it? I guess I should make sure I've asked that properly. Yeah, what kind of math was it? Was it just like a regular exam? There's no such thing as regular math. What are we talking, like pre-calc, like differential calculus, math analysis and algebra? Nice. Do you generally enjoy that type of mathematics out of curiosity? We didn't die, so that was the important part. Now we're going this way. Angie Philosopher says, yeah, math is fun. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Let me take just a moment to fix a setting that I should have turned off prior to stream starting up. I just need to do this real quick. There we go. I've made a nice blur filter for when I have to do something on the gaming computer. Oh, are you serious? There's still Discord noises? Okay. 1 second. Yeah, the Discord pings. They annoy people on pretty much every, like, social, not social media platform, like every content platform known to man, like YouTube, Twitch, Kick, doesn't matter. That's like one of the most common things I see complaint on if they're present is the Discord notifications. Okay, so it is strictly sounds more than anything. Okay, that should be fixed. I thought I'd fixed it before. It should be fixed now. Yeah, I'm part of like 75? It's like in the mid to upper 70s. No, that feels wrong. Maybe 40? Yeah, no, 40 feels a bit closer to correct on that. I'm part of a lot of Discord servers. Some of them are really active. Others are not so much. Oh, it also occurred to me that I never actually went over here. I know there's a couple of rune pieces that way. I should definitely collect those before moving on. Plus we get the ballistae, which we, the hand ballistae, which we could sell later, among other things. So let's get that out of the way. Are you, if you don't mind my asking, Angie, Philosopher, is math simply a fun subject for you, or are you a math major by chance? or like studying to be a math major. I have one or two friends that are math majors, mainly in like discrete analytical math. That's why I ask. Angie Philosopher says, fun, fair, fair. You're studying computer science? Ah. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Angie Philosopher says, but yes, you do need it for that. Yes. Math and computer science go hand in hand. Then again, math is an integral subject everywhere. And not only in the world of computers or analytics. I mean, I used to be a biology major. I guess I have the degrees. It's not like I'm not a bio major. I just never finished. I was studying cellular molecular biology, and I needed math for that. You need math for everything. And I did enjoy math. Biologists tend to use stats a lot. If people are like, what kind of math are what kind of math? Isn't biology for the people who are bad at math? That's the running joke, but no. It's biologists want stats. That's like the math you have to kind of be really good at. It's just knowing how not intuitive probability is, and you know what is the difference between 2-in-1 odds versus like percentage probability. What's the difference between your alpha correlation and your beta correlation? What are type 1 errors, type 2 errors, and so on. Why are you... Was he up top and jumped down? I think this is the guy on the middle level now that I'm thinking on it. Angie Philosopher says, F probability, TBH. I mean, it's not intuitive to me, but I do understand the general idea of probability. It's the counterintuitiveness, isn't it? Is that where the F probability comes from? It's the counterintuitive nature of probability, because a lot of human history was kind of based on fallacious probability odds, or people don't actually know how probability works. Angie Philosopher says, you hated it in first semester. Yeah, fair. Mr. Jason says, probability is a good thing. There is a probability that I will compliment Mr. Coin. Deserved, of course. Fair. Angie Philosopher says, why not certainty, though? Well, sure. I mean, I would like it if everything had 100% odds and that things were certain. But it's the idea that many things in life are not certain. We don't know. And a lot of statistical probability is just showing the correlations in what we observe, more than anything. Now, could I tell you how to do a Poisson expansion, or how to calculate geometric probability? No, I could not tell you how to do that. I have a vague idea of what geometric probability is. I know where it can be useful. Trading card games run on a lot of geometric probability. Magic the Gathering is a very good example of this, where you're allowed to run multiple copies of a card in a deck, and you want to know the probability of being able to draw a copy of the card within, say, the top 7 cards of your library, or the ability to draw multiple copies of the same card in your opening hand. That is useful. Those things aren't guaranteed. And human intuition is often wrong on what those odds are. Humans are gamblers. We like running against the odds. And psychologically speaking, we often will say that the odds are against us if we've already had, you know, issues trying to do something. It's our psychology, our mind affects what we view as just logical statistics. And we have to calculate all those biases out, or we get the odds of probability wrong. There's this math YouTube channel I watch called Wrath of Math. He's done quite a few things on probability. If you want to know fairly fun math content, check him out. He has his own t-shirt brand and everything. But I learned a lot of... I rekindled my interest in probability from him. And he doesn't even have courses on that stuff. Mr. Jason says there's a certainty of a probability that you will glaze Mr. Coit. Yes, I do appreciate that. Mr. Jason goes on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, you have not experienced the tiredness issue today? Good, I'm glad to hear that. Your tiredness or low energy issue is another thing from long COVID. That's fair. That's fair. I am dead. I think I marked the wrong split. No, I marked the correct split. The correct part of the split. Okay. Yeah, it's always gravity, isn't it? What are the odds that I'm gonna die at least once to gravity? Those odds are guaranteed 100%. Like, it's happening at least once during the run. I'm gonna have to, like, perfect a lot of platforming problems if I would like to get good at dealing with gravity in these runs. I don't suffer from tiredness the same way. For me, tiredness is a bit more... I'm trying to think of the right word for this. I deal with I don't directly deal with hypothyroidism, but it does run in my family. We do carry some kind of risk for that. I probably should be writing this in the split now that I think about it. I'm gonna add that to the split, and then I'm gonna have to write notes about it later. Okay. We did get the rune piece here, so we are definitely good to move on once. Okay. Yep. We should be good to move on now. We got the... Yeah, we did get the hand ballistae. Good. I'm glad to see that's the case. I'm fine if I don't attempt to drink too much caffeine or alcohol. I'm very much a lightweight on those two things. More than one bottle of cheerwine or like a cup of coffee, and I'm sleeping. I'm just sleeping. Parties are the worst. I can't actually go out and drink. Like when I go to the nightclub, you know, this Friday, I'm gonna head over to nightclub. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like order zeros because I'm not gonna be able to do anything fun if I'm, you know, nodding off at you know, if I'm nodding off at the bar counter because I'm tired, or you know, if it's not gonna be fun if I call in an hour to come pick me up after the nightclub because I've imbibed alcohol. Mr. Jason says that there weren't import charges, he would buy all the future official Mr. Coin merch. Twice. I need to be a much bigger streamer before I even think about that. And if I do, I want to avoid shirts like the plague. Lots of streamers do shirts. I'm not kidding. So many shirts. So many shirts. I get it. Shirts are popular. Shirts are popular. But I want to sell things people want to buy that are useful. If I'm to buy, like, sell merch or whatever, I want it to be like, I don't know, a box of pencils or something, or pens, or coffee mugs, I guess. Things like that. Things that people will get a lot of use of, even if they're only a limited run of items, right? Oh, I'm here the reason I'm here is because I have not actually unlocked the other rest site, and I need to do that. Whoopsie, that's gotta happen. That should have been done earlier, but it's fine. Mr. Jason says, no matter what happens, he'll be my biggest fan, good sir. I appreciate that, and this I know the same is true with Miss Carly, as you've already said there. I'm thankful for that, of course. But yeah, I've thought about merch. I've had friends tell me, oh, you should maybe think about merch. I am online and almost terminally unemployed. I would have to be... I would first need to drive people around via Uber and also pet and house sit all month just to be able to supply limited run merchandise. And even then, because of import tariffs and other stuff with the United States right now, I would be limited to the States. Like that, and that's a problem when something like 66% of my audience is European or Oceanic. Like, that's just not reasonable. I've thought about it. But all of my fans are European. All of my regulars are European. Other than maybe my sibling. All of my fans are European. Like 80% of the people that come in chat are European. And I'm not trying to say that like there's something wrong with that. There's not. There's nothing wrong with that. But that does make calculations for things like merch really difficult to justify when tariffs are as high as they are. And for the record, I did not vote for any of what is currently happening right now. Wow, Flame of Frenzy is like, it's a goated incantation. Can I just say that? This incant has saved me more times than I care to count on difficult bosses or enemies that like to quick step a bunch. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason prefers UK, good sir. Sure, you know you're geographically in Europe, but you did leave the EU and you've never considered yourself European. That's fair. So I'll make sure I refer to the English Isles accordingly. My audience in the UK, you know, they're not being spared the tariffs. No one is. Ow, let me Nice. Mr. Angie Philosopher says, speaking of goat in connection to frenzy, clueless. Not sure what you're referring to. Is there a... I'm not sure if you're making a Night Rain reference or, something else. Just vague posting, understandable. I'm sure we'll bump into the elucidation to that message sooner rather than later. I do know some, for those of you that do like Night Rain, I do know that there were some Night Rain ports that took place in Reforged. There are a couple of bosses that I'm going to get to experience that I do not get to experience in their base game form because I do not have Elden Ring Night Rain. I just do not. I think it's a cool game. I would love to have it, but I'm trying to save up for either a gym membership or an LLM or I'm sorry, an LLC license. One of those two things. Because if I get to work out, then I can begin doing things to get out of the financial rut that I'm in. Or, if I manage to get an LLC in my state, then I can actually take out business loans for like equipment expenses and stuff. Like I get to do that, which would be really useful in a world where electronic parts are like thousands of dollars and no sane individual could replace those. In addition to making content for the masses, among other things. I really just need to get better at social media. I'm trying to push myself in so many different directions with content. It's not funny. I should probably knock out the plant here before making any moves. Get away from there. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, one really funny thing, good sir. On Queen Bumblebub's channel, she once forgot a channel point redeem, and someone jokingly said, what a royal scandal. And so now you've had lots of fun with stream elements commands like Mr. Jason does on many channels, and you created a command called Scandal Scan that scans the chat and it brings up the result. We have determined that there are 0 scandals here. Mr. Jason, Chief Justiciar of the B Court. Nice. Nice. I know I'm kind of bumbling about. You do that a lot in Elden Ring Reforged, or in Elden Ring in general. There's a lot of bumbling about looking for items. And in my case, the answer is always the same. What do you bumble about in Reforged for? It's rune pieces. Like, this is going to be a song and dance every time we do a run, or we actually start running, is we're going to have to make sure we remember where all of the rune pieces are. I'm not kidding. They're not all of them, but the ones we're going to get, like this one here. There's no way you're getting up this. It's too high. You have to go around. You have to remember that. Hold up. Mr. Jason says... Mr. Jason is definitely... Hashtag Mr. Jason is definitely not a corrupt royal staff member. Kappa. And then you go on to say, also, Mr. Coin, you and the Queen can claim diplomatic immunity too. You are her chief minister, after all. Fair, fair. Angie Philosopher says there is a rune piece map on the wiki. Yes, there is. If you guys want to go to that, go visit the wiki at any time. feel free to type in !ERWiki if you're on Twitch, *ERWiki if you're on YouTube, or exponentiation symbol *ERWiki on YouTube. Anki Philosopher says, don't have to remember all 1,200 locations of them. Yeah, there are a lot of rune pieces, a lot of them on the map, and you do get some for clearing the bosses. I'm trying to find the symbol here so I know what to actually call it. The carrot. C-A-R-E-T. Carrot. Interesting. Okay. Did not know. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, joking aside, you're not corrupt. If you've done something incorrectly, you will endeavor to wholly investigate yourself and find no wrongdoing.
Sure, Jan.
I think that's how that joke usually goes anyway. But yeah, there are a ton of locations of rune pieces. There are too many. At some point, we won't need them. I think it's something to the tune of 600 rune pieces. It might possibly be 700 rune pieces with the, downward adjustments of how much or how powerful the upgrades are, but somewhere around 600 to 700 of them is what we'll need to have our build pretty polished up. Mr. Jason says, you have found some wrongdoing. You do not glaze me enough. Oh, you're good, but I appreciate it. All is forgiven, but no forgiveness was required in the first place, is what I will say there. No forgiveness was required in the first place. I do not need praise. It is nice to have, but I do not need it. I am a man, and I am used to not having or getting any praise. Mr. Jason says, moving on though, you still love Aylin's quote. The most British thing to have ever Britished. I think that's how that goes. I believe you can even conjure the quote. Which Firebot command did this again? There's like a whole menu for these. Let me take a look. Displays the quote with a given ID. Oh, okay, so it's like, I think it's like !quote 1, if I'm looking at this right. I don't interface with quotes very much, but I believe I sent a snippet of the commands to Mr. Jason. He should have those on file. Now, what I am going to do is I am going to put up the focus overlay here, because although Queen Married is not difficult, she does take some concentration. Though I may be able to sneak some of these wonderful demi-humans out of the picture before I actually have to fight her. We'll have to see. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, you're typically awake for 15 or so hours, and 4 of them are all for you. I appreciate that, good sir. Okay, let's see if I remember what my notes said. I believe I told myself that I needed to... like, not make... I need to make sure that when Mary turns around, she's not doing that. Be very quiet. We're hunting for demi-humans. I'm not going to be able to kill all of them, but I should be able to get a couple of them, provided I angle this right. I have an escape plan? Okay, I do. Dang it. Mr. Jason says you love this similar thing in Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom. You can shoot enemies and the others will go freaking out. Yeah, absolutely. The stealth in the game is good in Elden Ring if you know how to use it. Did I actually take them all out? I think I actually took them all out. I'm fairly confident that is what I just did. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. I can't believe I just did that. Okay, that's step one. Step two is summoning out here. I will read that comment in a couple of moments. That's flawless, or near flawless. I could not have asked for a better execution of that whole split. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, don't know why that was that's part of my shirt's acting up. Did you know that that the Nintendo Switch and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is officially 9 years old today? I kind of knew it. I did not know it exactly. I feel old now. Thanks for that. Oh well. I mean, we all gotta feel our age at some point. Oh, and I do need to correct that. There are actually 3 ruin seals. I wrote down that there were 2 here, but there are actually 3. Okay. So that part was easy. Now we're at the second hard part, and that is, you know, dealing with demi-humans. Because that is never a fun thing to have to deal with. But it definitely is going to be easier than the married fight. I'm gonna have to try stealthing that fight more often, because usually what happens when I deal with married is, you know, I'll mess it up. I'll have to summon the spirit wolves or the demi-humans. I'll have to enrage them and then clean up ads quick. Like, I don't get the chance I don't get the chance to often just fight her by herself, which is just wild. Bye-bye. That is fantastic. Okay, who else saw me? Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you're ecstatic to help set up other people's Discords, good sir. After all, other people's Discord permissions don't trigger you like the TCC does. Yeah. Something that we're constantly working on in the TCC is getting these established and, you know, fixed for the future. I believe that split is finished. So what do we have next? Would that be... we finished that split as well. Now we have... one of my least favorite enemies. Not the least, but like, they're always annoying. And you guys have seen them already. Sir Jason says you must have a lot of respect for me, good sir. In what sense? Just kind of keeping my eyeballs peeled. There are a couple of rune pieces that we can pick up while we're out here in this section. Mr. Jason says, in general, of course, but you never thought that you would ever allow a meme room in your TCC. That's fair. That is fair. I will say no one has used it, but that is mostly because we have not cultivated, I should say we haven't cultivated a community, but like, people are not used to having that type of, they're not used to having that type of space in the TCC, and also it wasn't up until like a couple of weeks ago, even though I had the meme room set up when we talked about it and it got approved, the permissions still weren't set correctly. So people still couldn't see the room to comment in it. Which will be one of the things I want to move forward in terms of the TCC, is getting what I call a verification ID. That is to say, not like facial rec, but like you hold this rank in the server and this rank functions the same as the everybody rank without there being without the everyone role having permissions. Because that's the way my server is set up. Is I do not have the everyone permission set up, or I have all those permissions turned off. And instead, when people sign in or join the Discord, they get, they get the junior inductee role. And that lets them see everything. That way there's no confusion. And Carl Bot handles all of that. That is to say, Senator Gideon. Senator Gideon, or Consul Gideon handles all of that. Mr. Jason says, you know one thing, good sir? The staff room is set to the single role staff. Yeah. Like, things that require express permissions, like, probably don't need verification ID, but that can be set up. How do I word this? So, like, let's say client becomes our base role, and when people come in and they're invited to the TCC, they're automatically given the client role. Again, I'm using that as an example. The client role will contain all of the base permissions that we expect our members of the TCC to have. Mr. Jason says client is the base role, good sir. Carl Butt does that now. Then what we need to do is assign everyone that base role, and then what we could do is take off the permissions for everyone to see certain things, and instead the client becomes the role we configure for that. I would have proposed that earlier, if I'm being quite honest with you, but I was more concerned about getting the skeleton of the general purpose rooms set up than anything else. And I didn't even need to consider permissions to talk about that. But now that the skeletons are more or less set up, we can actually reconfigure permissions, and when we do that, it will make a lot of our lives easier, because the auto onboarded role of client will have the permissions we want everyone to have, and then we just toggle permissions for individual rooms. So instead of needing to worry about that for the whole server, we can adjust things for it, per category. Like, clients don't need to see the staff rooms, right? Clients don't need to see the bot testing area. They don't need to see like the executive rooms. They don't need to see that stuff. So the permissions for those categories would be turned off for clients very specifically, that kind of thing. What are you pleased with, Mr. Jason? I'm collecting room pieces over here, but I will be moving to the opposite side and closer to where Earthbore Cave is. Mr. Jason says you have not received any complaints about you-know-who asking questions for a good while now. Good. Glad to hear it. I believe Carly implemented or instituted the fear of God in them. And so they do not ask that stuff now, which is good. I am going to need to learn to implement the same fear of God in people now that she is gone. I do not know how I will do that, but I will make the attempt to do that anyway. I think there are like 2 or 3 rune pieces, one of which is like out here. Yeah, there's one here. Mr. Jason says, well, actually... Oh. You imposed the fear of God into said person? How? I failed to see that. Carly was way more direct than I was. When that particular person... Oh my goodness. I'm gonna die to demi-humans. Let's not do that. My goodness. You see what I mean? It doesn't take long for you to die if you're being careless, like I was being just now. I would like to think that I generally do not impose the fear of God into people. I don't have that kind of power. I am very much the person that... my overall mantra is speak softly and carry a big stick. And I tend not to show the big stick if I don't need to. Because the big stick is scary. No one wants to see the big stick. It's kind of like how, even though you have concealed carry, right, for handguns, you don't want to show
You
the
hear
gun.
that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys for putting up with that, and thank you so much for hanging out with me so far. I greatly appreciate it, as always. You guys are an amazing audience, and I will tolerate no disparagement of that. We do take commercial breaks around here. Once every hour at the top of the hour, we take one. They last 3 minutes, and during that time, ads will be playing and all that fun stuff. When that time comes, there will be a webcam just to the left of there will be a timer just to the left of my webcam that will read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the same time that I am, because when that time comes, the ads will be playing, and I will be getting a stretch break in myself. The taking a break will make the ads pass by that much faster. But, once the time is over, and do feel free to spend that time however you like, but once the timer reads 0 minutes, I will have returned from my break, and we can pick right back up from where we left off. I don't like running ads, but they gotta get ran, because, the Twitch experience demands the ads be ran. If I could get away and not run them, I would. If I could pay for like a domain or something, I would, but I can't. Maybe someday, when I'm a bigger creator, I can put my stuff on a domain and people can go visit that. Like make an account, all that fun stuff. But until then, and that'll be a long time coming, of course, we kind of have to just, deal with this. Mr. Jason says that you agree with me. You use your big stick like you use your hammer here, only in moderation. Mr. Jason says, even with your wonderful Google Sheet list, you're still not sure of the difference of 6 in your company statistics, and it's not very good as an organization to report inaccuracies. I have to go and review the Google Sheet again. I might do that on break, for that the 6. Yeah, it's not good to report inaccuracies, but it's honestly it's an accurate it's the sort of statistic I really think only a handful of people would look at. I think it's kind of lower priority in the grand scheme of things. Sir Jason says you can't see where 6 would be. Me neither. Maybe as we delete or get rid of some unused roles, that will start to make itself clear. And I have tried fiddling with the stat bot, or the thing that mentions the stats, but I think a lot of the stuff is operated from the like you have to be the Discord server owner to see some of that stuff. I have not been able to make much headwind on the how much or how little of something we have, how many people we have in what place. But we'll have to talk about that later. See you guys after the ad break. Sorry about that, I am back. Let's catch up with chat, and then we will keep moving. Sir Jason says you can't see where the 6 would be. Yeah, I hear ya. I trust we'll eventually figure it out, or, you know, that number will change as rolls get shuffled around, they get moved, you know, they either change names or stuff like that. I could certainly imagine that. And it's my goal to fix that number by virtue of getting rid of unnecessary clutter rolls. That I know a lot of them are symbolic, right? I am aware of that. And I do not want to remove the historic rolls. It is mainly the rolls that are for a single game, or for servers we no longer run, or games that the community no longer picks up on the regular. Things like that. I don't want, the TCC has tons of unused roles that serve at best as badges and at worst as something that you have to annoyingly click through in order to like assign it roles or permissions. And really, if you think about it, if I were to sit and think about it, right, they're really only about, I would say, 5 or 6 clusters of people that require permissions. All of the other roles are badges. So clients, rep managers, or other sorts of things really just serve as distinctions for who is staff. Who is staff? Mr. Jason says, okay, so according to StatBot's control panel that you can access, staff reports only the staff role, clients report only the roles client, troll creator in training, established troll creator, retired staff reports only the retired staff. Okay. So maybe there are like 6 bots that were given a client role. Maybe the only thing I could think of is that stuff is being double counted.
Shall I turn? Let my share them with me.
Somehow.
Your thoughts, your ambitions.
Or stuff is being counted in one category instead of the category it is supposed to be in. Mr. Jason says the bots do not have the client role. They have a role with their name and the role bots. Okay. It's the same as mine. I have, the bots have their own, the role that they come with, and they have the bot club role. And all of the bots go in the bot club. All their permissions come right from the bot client, or bot club role. Excuse me. 13k. Do we have 13k in runes? Maybe. Because this is like, what is that? This is 4,000 right here. Mr. Jason says, although, isn't it ironic that the bots are 6 and the difference we need to find is 6? I mean, that is a coincidence for sure. It is a coincidence for sure. Absolutely. And I do need to pop this so we're not getting a level. I would like to start leveling Arcane to 30. And this last strengthen will do that.
Your thoughts.
There we go. This lets us use a lot of like the early game spells that we bump into on the path to like on our path to the mid game, which is essentially where Caelid is. Caelid kind of represents the mid game. Frick. Run. There we go. Oh, that was a rough start, but we got it. Great. But for what it's worth, I did try looking under the hood and could not find anything on my pass-through when doing so. So this rune piece, Mr. Jason says, why do you feel like it might be bots? It could be. Maybe the bots are being double counted. Maybe try not counting the bots in, you know, a certain role and seeing if that fixes it. Maybe that might need to be, maybe the bots might need to be their own stat panel, referred to as TCC assets or something. Something like that. Not 100% sure, but that's at least a postulation I didn't have before. Okay, is it just me? No, there is an item here. There is an item. I apparently just never collected it. Okay, well, it's hard runes. I didn't need it, but having 200 hard runes is never bad. I just didn't need it. Just wait until we get in the Siofra River, then we'll actually pick up a new outfit that we'll be wearing kind of often. Right now, we're using damage gear for farming, which is totally fine, but there is a 3-piece set that's going to be a lot better for our journey throughout the lands between. I am going to put up the focus overlay because the Rune Bearer is serious business. I will see you guys on the other side of that. Oh, well, that could have gone better. But it certainly could have gone worse. Did I pressed 2 keys at once there? But I think it detected the right key press. Let's continue. next one is the Scaly Misbegotten. Anki Philosopher says no hug for the Rune Bear. Sag, yeah, I'm not interested in dying today. Because the bear hug is a one-hit KO from this amount of health. It just is. Like getting squeezed by the Rune Bear is... It's not a sensual thing, I promise. Okay, so our next one is over here, and that means the outskirts.
Let's give him a squeeze.
Thank you for the redemption, Angie Philosopher. Yeah, we give him the squeeze by killing him. We do not want him to give us a squeeze. That's painful. Okay. We should have, or let's see. I think we already bumped into a Scaly Misbegotten technically. But I believe that was the one sitting just outside the battlement. Might be the dregs. Yeah. This one right here. Yeah, we already bumped into him outside. Just, not a boss. Okay, so all I need to do is worry about killing the Misbegotten as opposed to marking it. It's always nice when a lot of the field bosses are when the field bosses are accidentally also like enemies. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so here, see if I remember this step right. I want to hop down here, get off Torrent, hop down, chuck a fireball. Oh, maybe I could knock all of them out with a fireball? Let's see. I can. These guys activated last time. Wait, I'm sorry. What happened? I got Lightning Strike. I got Lightning Strike, though I didn't actually touch the thing. What the heck? Did it get killed by a random Lightning Strike of its own? Oh, I hope that's not going to mess me up. Mr. Jason says, well, you confirmed your theory, good sir. It is categorically not bots, as even including the 6 of them, we still have a difference of 6. Fair. Fair. It's something else then. Which I was sort of hoping it was bots. That would have been easy. There are other incant scarabs. Good. I think I actually already have an entry of that in the codex for because of the poison mist scarab, but let's see if I'm right. Scarabs, Ash of War, Crimson. I've seen an incant scarab, but okay. This makes 2 incant scarabs we have not found yet. Or 2 of them that we have missed out on marking, which is not great. Well, this next part's gonna suck a little bit. Just a little. Come on, fly this way. Pathetic. I usually have trouble in this section, believe it or not. This is the first time I think I've had a relatively spotless like a relatively spotless transition to the Morn tunnels, usually there are problems because I often get the rune piece and just skedaddle. But it turns out, as usual, if I take the time and I actually fight things, I don't have issues. I'm a weird challenge runner when it comes to that. Gino Machino, Couch Jockey, Squillicilla, and so on, they do better when they're on the run for whatever reason. Me, no. If I go running around, I often slip up and make errors. And I get it, that's part of the experience. You have to run. Like, these kinds of runs perform better on Twitch. They perform better on Twitch and elsewhere when they're short. Oh, you found them? What were the 6, Mr. Jason? How did you find them? Do feel free to share the trial and tribulation there. I'd love to know, because it's been plaguing myself and Haru for a while too. We've been thinking about what it could be. Round of applause. Mr. Jason says, company total was counting bots a second time? Nice. See, I kind of figured there was a double count somewhere. I just didn't know. I didn't have a good idea of where the double count was. A lot of times that there's like 6, not 6, but if there's like a total and there are a lot of places where that total could be counted, there are a lot of roles on Discord, well, on our Discord server. It's very likely that something is getting double counted somewhere. You must say, good sir. Oh. We've already marked the Misbegotten as well, so I'm good to just come in, get the rune pieces, and kill a Misbegotten, get out. Mr. Jason says if that was the worst issue that was plaguing our organization, it was a pretty easy issue. At least in terms of, like, numbers, right? At least in terms of numbers. Like, the rest of it is now, like, logistical overhead. Getting the permissions set up right. Those things are a matter of deliberation and not so much, where did we go wrong in our many years of counting up the TCC population? Stuff like that. Speaking of things that our organization has to deal with, Mr. Jason, did you ever look at the discussion that took place in the executive lounge? I believe it's either the executive lounge or the executive boardroom. It's one of those. I've kind of been waiting on other input for that. Let me find it so I can point in the right direction. It's the lounge. Okay. Yep, it's the lounge. I just wanted to make sure it was on the right subject. Mr. Jason says indeed, and Discord pushed that to later in the year. Of course they did. Of course they did, because there was actually significant stink about that. Nice. Mr. Jason says you know exactly the subject. Yep. For the purposes of everyone's mental sanity, I will not comment further on that. And I probably still want to be working on an alternative, just in case, even though they've pushed it back. The only reason they did was because of pushback. That's not gonna work forever. At some point, Discord's just gonna say F it, and they're gonna do what is gonna cost them the least amount of money to do in terms of that. Nice. Pegged them. Right there, even. Right there. Awesome. Great. Oh, you gonna leap over here, big boy? Come on. Let me first walk over here safely myself. Mr. Jason says you don't want to introduce another issue ever since the statistics issue has been a long-standing one, but now one question remains. Of course, like server administration overhead is never truly done. You just make sure that the inflow and outflow of problems is a smooth one, a smooth experience more than anything. I did not mean to do this. Mr. Jason says, in the client information register, the latest client says 262nd to join, so that 256 can't be right, surely? Oh, so probably something isn't getting counted in the information register. Maybe the bots... it's probably not bots, but something else. That's another 6. Are we gonna get a third 6? Is it gonna be 666? Or are we Bang's head on disc? I mean, hey, look, even though the work is never finished, you did at least figure out one stat docker problem, right? Try to focus more on the good that was accomplished as opposed to the headache that you are now receiving because statistical overhead and logistical overhead issues remain unfinished. Perfect is the enemy of good, and if you focus on perfect, you will never do anything long enough to get to good where you can feel good about it. I've come to learn this over my years of living on this earth. Perfect is the enemy of good. I felt similarly about my thumbnails, and then I just kept doing it. Even though the results weren't good, I kept doing it. And eventually I got to a point with my thumbnails that at least somebody likes them. I should say, I believe people should have commenting permissions on the private Discord channels. If you guys are subbed on Twitch or a Coffee or a Patreon member, you should be getting permissions to like look at the thumbnail gallery. You guys are more than welcome to comment on thumbnails. It's what the purpose of that gallery is for. It's not just, oh, you're seeing it early. It's, oh, you're seeing it early, but also if you want to say something, you can do that. I feel like I really like this thumbnail. Oh, I really don't like this thumbnail. And, you know, here are the reasons why. Then, you know, that's like our own form of A/B testing, right? I can A/B test the people that pay me money. And they can tell me what thumbnails they like to click on. That kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, to doubly confirm, the member list does indeed say showing 12 members of 262. So yeah, we're definitely categorically at 262. So it's probably just what is being counted and what is not being counted more than anything. If I had to peg a guess, these all feel like counting issues to me. Oh, I guess there is. Oh, I missed this in my scouting file that, thank goodness, is just a scrap. All right. Oh, that's good to know. That's good information for later. Wonder if some of the you made one discovery? Oh, do tell, Mr. Jason. Do tell. I hope everyone is enjoying the gameplay. I work really hard on my skills with challenge running. I work really hard to not just be, oh, I'm an idiot here. Here I am. I'm an idiot streamer. I'm doing, you know, I'm doing what every other online bungus on the internet is doing. Nice. You know, that's not who I want to be. Online bunguses are funny, but everyone's trying to be funny online. Absolutely everyone. I will read that in a second, Mr. Jason. Let's see. You made one discovery. In the members list, one person had no role, so you set that to client. Okay. I think you can force roles. I think you can auto-assign a role with Carlbot, and if you... I believe there's a command that will just force the client permission on everyone. Welcome on in, Mr. Shadio. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Hold on a second. Was getting smacked on the head by Misbegotten. Mr. Jason says, indeed, but you don't want to force the role on everyone, as then it'll set it to staff. Is the client role part of staff, Mr. Jason? Aren't the client roles just for, I guess now would be a good time to ask that question. The clients are just people there using the server, right? They're not, that's not like a, oh, if you're a client, you're also staff. Okay. So as long as client is like the second to last role, right? So like you have everyone and then you've got the client role, like it's toward the bottom, then you never have to worry about that. It's if the staff role is underneath the client role on the member sheet, that's when it could be an issue. Mr. Jason says, but if you set the client role to everyone with Carlbot, it'll set client to staff. Okay. That might be worth fiddling around with, because that doesn't sound like... I believe your account and everything, it's more of the... That doesn't sound like something that Carlbot should be doing. That sounds like some wiring got crossed somewhere. Mr. Shadio says you were fine. Your wrist pain is back. Yikes! You forced it, and at some point you probably have to go to the doc, and the job interview was a fail. What? Oh, I'm sorry your wrist pain flared up. Yikes. The guy was basically like, yeah, take the equipment and start working without explaining anything. What? I'm sorry that the job interview that I think your employer or your potential employer tried to get scab labor out of you. That's awful. Yuck. I hope you get I hope you get that wrist pain resolved there, my guy. That's rough. Yeah, and yes, please do try to stay positive. I'll be rooting for you. Know that Mr. Coin is in your corner. And if Mr. Coin were there and it were legal, he would absolutely go to that interviewee or interviewer and admonish them for not giving you a proper job explanation or on-the-job training. I know here in the States we can be really bad about that. I didn't expect that to be true anywhere else. Because cutting corners. Mr. Jason says, oh no, nothing is wrong. Mr. Coin, what you were saying is Carlbot sets client to anyone joining, but if they join the staff, you remove client and set staff. Oh, okay. You have... okay, that I could see being a problem. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but when you have multiple base layer roles, Mr. Jason, it becomes hard to set baseline permissions. Because, well, now the staff are under different expectation. I sort of think that all of our staff should remain clients, and the reason for that is it's their space as much as it's their space to like hang out in as much as it is the client's space. Yeah, they're working for the clients, but I mean, we're all human beings at the end of the day. Mr. Shadyo says, to be honest, you didn't expect much for them because they hire you without a CV. They don't even care to, like, know things about you. Wow. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's like... There aren't jobs like that in the States. You've got to have a resume or you're not getting your foot in the door anywhere at all. With the exception is like hiring homeless off the street. And that even then, that's kind of rare here in the States. That's the kind of thing that makes news. Shockingly enough. Mr. Jason says, plus staff doesn't fix the issue as the issue is 6 and staff is 13. And in the member list, staff is 13 of 13. Okay. You're very welcome, Mr. Shadyo. Any time. It's part of the reason I'm self-employed, and that is to say, you know, I functionally do gig work for a living. I would like to have a bona fide business doing what I do for a living, because I mean, I have to. As a Spectral, I would get chewed out in the regular workforce. Like, I applied to work at Chick-fil-A, right? That's a fast food chain here in the States. Say whatever you want of them. If they're a functionally well-off employer that is constantly seeking new people for jobs, of course I'm going to apply, right? But I don't do well in front-facing positions, and the back-facing positions are cook, which I can't handle very well, slippery fingers, or I don't have a license, so I couldn't Uber, even if I wanted to. I couldn't operate the delivery car that Chick-fil-A has if I wanted to. I could not. And I think there are like other jobs, and the staff kind of does it all and doesn't really have too many specialties. Like, the staff are all kind of cross-trained, so I get crushed in environments like that. I would go in and probably wouldn't even last a week. And I don't want to waste the employer's time on that. That's just unemployability right there. Mr. Jason says, although finding that one person without a role pushes the difference issue from 6 to 5, are there other people that don't have roles then? That could be a problem. Mr. Shadyo says, so yeah, as you said, you had low expectations, but not that low, because the idea was that today's day is an interview and they show you how things work around for 3 hours. Well, nope, it felt like legal slavery, basically. And yeah, usually here, every time they ask for a CV, but this warehouse seems to be like, we don't care, just work. Yeah, I've had a couple people, I've read a couple of case reports of people being essentially asked to do unpaid labor, like free labor, and then they make a decision based on that, which is not right. That is scab labor, or you know, being a peon. Like, Techno-feudalism is here, everybody, and if you aren't someone who is useful, you have their boot put to your neck until you're dead. It's not right. Mr. Jason says, and you know that Troll Castle Legends and uncounted stat is not an issue because the issue is 6 and those are 8. Even though if the difference of 5 is your biggest issue, you're pretty satisfied. Hey, like I said, you made progress, Mr. Jason. That's the important part. I am going to focus real quick, and hopefully this fight shouldn't take too long. See you on the other side of that, guys. Yep. Just an absolute non-fight. Did I ever go back and get that rune piece? I'm not actually sure I did. Let's fix that. I'm gonna have to check something then. Mr. Shadio says, there was a guy before you, and the manager did the same thing with him, but the manager put the guy before you to work with a coworker. You were solo, probably because you don't speak German. It almost sounds like you were set up to fail, because if you don't speak German, right, you don't speak the language everyone else is speaking. God, I don't want to get, like, cynical. I really don't want to be a cynic. I can look up here and see if I've grabbed it, actually. That would be over this way. Yeah, I grabbed it. I remember making that jump now. We're good. The guy seemed pretty happy when you went and told him you don't think that this job is for you. Yeah, that sounds like you're being set up. I hate that. Like, that is awful. To know that people are setting you up to fall. That's wicked. Too bad if only running and operating a Discord server actually got people paid. That would be if we had the capacity to pay people, that would be great, but we do not, sadly. And unfortunately, a lot of the white-collar jobs that are out there now are getting replaced by AI, or they're wanting to train AI models. They're wanting you to train AI. So you're basically training your own replacement anyway, which is really bad. That's like extra bad. Out of curiosity, Mr. Shadio, do pet sitting and house sitting services exist in Romania? I'm sure they do, but I'm gauging your overall awareness of that. Like, is that something people do over there? Tombs Ward ruins are like right here. Wait, I feel like that's in the wrong order for whatever reason. Oh no, it said a lot of time passes before I do that. Mr. Jason says, you know that the TCC executive chair has an abundantly clear no to AI in the TCC. Same. You're not going to hear any argument from the U.S. branch president. Really? I guess they animated. Alright. That's fine, I guess. Okay, who's attacking me now? Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you are also of the same answer to adding client to staff. Staff have more perks. Fair. Like I said, I think the permissions for the, like, overall permissions are something that we can look at. I think for the TCC, if we can get one baseline role rather than like 4 or 5, or, you know, 3 depending on which department you're looking at, I think that'll clear up a lot of problems in the long term. You do like one thing, though. There are 2 baseline roles. Client, staff. And you seem set or determined in that, right? There's no chance I could convince you to fold that into one role. Okay. I will work with that particular restriction. Yeah, I will, I'll make that work. That just makes... How do I word this? That makes... I think that means that whatever role is onboarded, like whatever the auto boarding does, cannot be either of those 2 roles. There's got to be a different role that will work as the base. I'll think. I have to think about all of this. Understandable, Mr. Shadio. I totally get that. Discord's a tall ask, and it's also an unpaid job, too.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Mr. Shadio says, in TBH, at me directly, you don't know if there's yet an industry as a pet sitter in Romania. You could search for something in Germany. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, you're in Germany. That's what I mean. You love pets, but at the same time you don't have a pet, so you can't say you have any experience. That's fair. That's fair. Sorry, my own life's been a turbulent whirlwind, so I have remembered less than the necessary details about people, or about just any person in general that isn't myself at the moment. I hope I can have your forgiveness on that. But I know here in the States, like in the United States, we have, there are a couple of websites or services like rover.com that kind of work as a functional hub for people hiring pet sitters. Now, I don't do my work through Rover because Rover takes a cut of whatever you make. It's like a 25-30% cut of what you make. To handle things like client onboarding, or to give you a platform to perform your services on, etc. It's not that I dislike the onboarding or anything. It's that I want more of the money I make. More than anything. But a lot of people swear up and down by Rover. It works for them. That's the important part. Mr. Jason says, also understandable, not so much at the lower levels, but at the TCC alone, at your level, it feels like a full-time job, even if unpaid, but you like it. Fair enough. I mean, you're the founder of the server, so I would sure hope you would like it, but I totally get that. It feels like unpaid work. Mr. Shadyo says, don't worry, Mr. Coin, you're Romanian, so it's easy to forget you don't live there anymore. It's just head empty more than anything. I definitely feel like I am not moving very fast. What goal did I set for us today again? Yeah, the ancient hero of Zamor. I either need to lock in for the next hour, or I need to consider lowering that goal today. And I don't know which would be better, honestly. Really? All right, video game. But yeah, maybe there are similar services, or maybe there are people that post online in Germany, you know, that are looking for that sort of thing. Mr. Jason says, I do believe your goal today was to be amazing, Mr. Quinn. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. You smashed that with flying colors. I appreciate that. I would like to... Well, come on then, big boy. I'm gonna die if I don't pay attention. I think I have enough time for 2 heals. There we go. Mr. Shadyo says, also, you don't know what to say about being a pet sitter. As you understand it, you're required to stay at that person's house. Not necessarily. I'll read the rest of that and then answer. You're pretty anxious when it comes to working in somebody's house. You worked with your dad in construction, and you always had to make sure not to break something while working. Why are all of the... Stop it. I'm reading my chat's comments, Mr. Skeleton. I did not mean to rest here, but it's fine. I can read while that's while we're here. While working, but at the same time, you know that you won't need to touch anything or to move anything like you did in construction. You might have to touch things sometimes. Depends on what you're doing. Breaking something will be pretty unlikely. I would still agree with that assessment, even if you have to touch something. Mr. Shadyo says, also the problem is that you still don't speak German. Most of the German don't speak English or don't want to speak it. Understandable. Also, you're an Eastern European, especially Romanian, and you are not the most trusted immigrants in Germany. That's disgusting. That is regional profiling. That is wrong, for the record. But I get it. That's how things are. There's history there. I get it. What's up, Mr. Jason? I'm trying to think of how I could like help you out of the jam that you're in. Basically, it comes down to like a few things. I would learn to speak. I would continue working on speaking German since you're there in Germany. Like, continue doing that. I will look into what Germany like legally classifies gig work to be, and maybe try that, because that's the point you're at. Like, of course, keep applying for normal work with normal employers, but you may need to consider like trying to employ yourself somehow. Whatever is legal, of course. Mr. Shadku says, yeah, you agree. It's wrong to profile people based on nationality. But at the same time, you can't blame them. Like I said, I get the history. But I can understand the history and still think it's wrong. It's like, well, now Americans are perhaps rightfully going to be profiled for being idiots, in addition to, you know, generally being stupid and self-centered. Like, the world is just going to think that of us now. You know, and I don't like that. It'll be my job to fight the profiling, not... And fight it in a way that does not validate their experience.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
Thank you guys for sitting through that. I greatly appreciate it. Let me just quickly clear out the Guardian here. And then I'll continue chatting. We do take commercial breaks, and I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today so far. It's been greatly appreciated. At the top of every hour, we do take commercial breaks. So in about 3.5 minutes from now, we'll be taking our final one for today. And I think after this week, I'm going to see if I can't stream some more hours, like 5 or 6. That'll help make these sessions pass by a little bit faster, at the very least. When that time comes and we do get ready to take a commercial break, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam that will read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, I will be getting up to take a break, grabbing a stretch, and the ads are going to be playing. I highly recommend everyone does the same thing. It'll make the break pass by faster. But spend the time however you like. Because once the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, we, I will have returned from my desk and we can get right back to the gaming, the thing we care about, other than the company, of course. Let's catch up with chat. I do not see anything in the green or red app, so it's just purple. Mr. Shatner says, the problem with you learning German is that you don't have anyone to speak with, and at the same time, it's very hard for you to, like, learn something as to learn, the chore to learn, something that you can't say you like or are passionate about. You struggled a lot in school because of learning the academic instruction, right? And the learning of things that are not immediately useful to you. Also, if you were in Romania or a different place at the time and you moved around, your learning in school was already disrupted by having to move, which is not great. It's a phenomena that military kids experience, actually. How do I know this? Because I am the son of a retired military officer, or a military soldier, and the stepson of a highly ranking enlisted army veteran. So while I'm not military, I will not claim to be U.S. military. I do have a familial background in military, and I know the basics. I know the basics from exposure. I know the concept of having to move around before you actually, you know, make friends or get to know the teachers, or you can't have like a consistent learning environment. Mr. Shadio says you just hate the idea of formal learning. It's torture for you. Ah, okay. I mean, hey, at least you know what that is. You can put words to it, which is important. Some people can't. They can't put words to that type of thing, and that's really cumbersome because no one can have a conversation about that until you do. That said, we will pick up on this after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Just make sure I'm not gonna, like, get mobbed by the local population of bats, demi-humans, or guardians. And then let's check chat. Do I see any green? No, nothing on green and nothing on red. Okay. So moving on to the purple app. Right. Mr. Shadyo says, you had a consistent learning environment. School until high school was done in Romania. It was that bad. You despised it. Fair. The best you did in history, you guess, because you just had to, like, remember a story. You never explain a definition or a history lesson word by word. You just had this type of learning. Also Romanian, because you could just use words that make you look like you know something about that subject. For example, making an essay about the book, literature, English. Or, I guess it would be writing and composition, more generally speaking. You hated this type of learning. Some teachers wanted to say the exact definition or the specific words for subject. I mean, that is important, but I get it. The specificity is a problem. Mr. Shadyu says, smartest kids in school are always the ones that could memorize and say things word by word. Even, they didn't even understand it. Well, yeah, that's the teaching to the test, remembering what the test says. Yeah, that I can see very much. You say it's torture. So is it, wait, when we're talking about torture, is it torture in like the, oh, it's such a bore, this is boring, it does not captivate or stimulate me? Is it the, you're a practical person, you're like, when am I gonna use this? This doesn't impact my life. When am I going to remember what this piece of history was? Or is it something more psychological than that? It's fine if you don't know, for the record. It is fine. I'm just merely curious. I'm wanting to know more when you're describing your profound hatred of this very specific thing. If folks are wondering what the heck I'm doing up here, I am looking for rune pieces. They're hiding out in all the little nooks and crannies. Mr. Shadios is boring, and how does that help you? Fair. Okay, I can respect that. Some people are just practically minded. They want to be able to apply directly what they're learning in a way that is useful or beneficial to them, whether that's making money or, you know, something that will help them in in living in their homes, or something that will make it easier for them to dedicate the time to things they actually want to do. Something like that. Mr. Shadio says, to learn something, it has to wake up your curiosity. You have to be interested in the thing. That's fair. That's fair. For me, that was the sciences and math. Like, if I was curious enough about it, I, paid attention in class. Of course, I was not like my peers in class. I was very much the teacher's pet, right? I was the person that, for those that didn't want to learn for whatever reason, they're like, how is this useful? What am I getting out of it? I had those kinds of kids in class all the time. And I make it sound like my position is firmly juxtaposed. That is firmly juxtaposed around yours. It's not. I get where you're coming from, and I'll answer that in a second, Mr. Jason. It's more of all of my issues in having a smooth, normal class where the teacher didn't have to yell or assign extra homework as punishment, a lot of times came from the crowd of, this is boring. I didn't find history or geography a fun course, but I mean, I still, even if it bored me, I still didn't like pop off at the teacher like some kids in class did. Like, but then again, like I said, I guess I'm a different person. I'll come back around to the rest of that statement in a minute. Mr. Jason says, to skirt around the confidential parts, Mr. Coin, did we eventually resolve ticket 6? I have not taken screenshots of the ticket, and I have not closed it yet. That is not something that has happened. I have not gotten any questions from that ticket, as in, the individual that opened the ticket did not say anything, hasn't asked anything, etc., etc. So I'm going to assume they have no further questions, but I have not archived the ticket yet. No, I need to do that before I close it. I could consider it resolved. And if I need to, I will give the individual a copy of the ticket if they would like to open or pursue another one. Welcome on in, Ducks Reign Supreme. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome into a modded version of Elden Ring called Elden Ring Reforged. It's an overhaul mod made by Team Kernifer. They've been working on this mod for a long time. It's kind of like Vanilla Plus with plenty of fun additional features. If you want to know more, and if you have not, if you're not familiar with Elden Ring Reforged, you can type in !ERR to go to the mod page, or !ERWiki if you would like to go to the wiki and read all about it, if you want to know what it is. If you want to know, how the mod is different from the base game, etc. Ducks Reign Supreme says, you started playing Elden Ring's DLC recently and Rolana can step on you? And she's stepping on you. Yeah, I heard she's really hard. Does she have a cutscene in this mod? My understanding is that if the base game had a cutscene, she also has one. Bosses that have cutscenes still have them in Reforged. There may be individual changes that are not listed on the wiki, but could be listed in like a README changelog somewhere. About Rolana, I did hear her difficulty was tuned in a little bit. But it's hard to tune it in when the answer to the DLC is go find Scattertree fragments. Mr. Shadyu says, you were more like the space cadet in school until grades 1 through 4. And then 5 and 8, you were paying a little bit more attention, but just a little bit. Always sleeping with eyes wide open in classes. Fair. Fair. I mean, yeah, if people are not going to pay attention, right, I would, as a kid, I preferred that they slept. Because at least then, the teacher yelled a little bit, about needing to do, about needing to stay awake in class or whatever. Or they wrote someone up for sleeping and that was the end of that. Like, it wasn't a dragged out, protracted, oh, the teacher took my cell phone away, or I don't want them rooting in my bag, taking my stuff. Or, some other thing happened. I preferred the ones that slept. And even then, with subjects I didn't like, I made sure that, I did not make the experience worse for other students. Even if even if that wasn't what was running through my head at the time, I would have at least said something like, oh, well, it's rude to talk while the teacher is talking. Something like that. Out of curiosity, Ducksbrain Supreme, is this a mod you're familiar with? Like Elden Ring Reforged, or are you new to it? Just so I get a sense of where my audience is in terms of their exposure to Reforged. Mr. Shadno says we have to go now. Have a good evening, day, night, ladies and gentlemen. See you next time. Very well, Mr. Shadno. Thank you so much for stopping by, good sir. I do hope that your employment situation gets better eventually. I'm sure I'm sure if you keep putting your nose to the grindstone, someone will see you and will help you out. I have faith in my, my Europeans across the sea. I have faith that they don't all profile and treat you horribly. It was good to see you, as always, good sir. I hope you rest well out there, my lovely senator, and that I can see you sooner rather than later. But if I don't get to see you again, Mr. Shadio, for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. You're very welcome, Mr. Shadio. Mr. Jason says, with Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, Mr. Coin, some people are like, ooh, cool. Some people are like, but I can play this for free on my computer. Insert distortion here. Mr. Jason is always in the middle. Mr. Jason thinks, I'm all good, thanks. I would rather not relive. I don't know if I would class that in the middle, but fair. I would rather not relive single-use TMs and forced HMs. That's fair. That's fair. I would distinctly describe you as the camp of not interested. I like, you like the new Pokemon formula. You like the modern adjustments to the formula. The going back to the days of yore would bother you. It's like if someone played Elden Ring and went back to Dark Souls 1, I promise you Dark Souls 1 is way more inconvenient than Elden Ring. Mr. Jason says, oh, it's in the middle, good sir. You won't play it illegally? Oh, you mean, yeah, emulate it. That's fair. Although I should say you can emulate your games while also playing them legally. You just have to know how to cartridge rip. That's all. And that's a problem. Cartridge ripping or disc ripping does take a long time to do well. And especially on hardware that you're not used to performing a disc rip on. But it is totally possible to extract the data out of your cartridges and discs and so on and play it that way. And sourcing it from stuff you buy is not illegal. At least as far as the States are concerned. The UK may have a different policy on that, and so, pay attention to what your government says. I only know that kind of thing is not illegal in the States. It's not. The issue is finding a ROM, online and trying to emulate that. Now that can be illegal. That is game piracy. That is illegal. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot, aren't I? Yeah, I'm supposed to be in the Tombs Ward Ruins. This is not at all the correct spot. Whoopsie. That's, the Tombs Ward Ruins are over here. I even went through and scouted this ahead of time. Mr. Jason says, just on a lighter note, good sir. Oh, do tell. You know, it is called the States due to each part being a state, but the whole place is truly quite a state at the moment. Sure. Yeah, you're right. It is truly in quite a state at the moment. I feel like we're pretty close to being a confederacy again, if I'm, like, being broken up into quite a few Confederate regions. I'm not gonna lie. I know that's a joke, so I'll give you the laugh. But that is definitely a laugh with bullets flying off my head in the form of sweat. I'll say it that way. Okay, what is attacking me now? Is it a wolf? Yeah, it is. I wish it wasn't in the state. I wish we weren't extorting people, which is what the tariffs are. And you know, the worst part is to us Americans, those of us that aren't, you know, bootlicking right now, I can't tell if we're being extorted because companies are passing on tariff costs to us, right? Which is what a normal business would do. Or, you know, if we're actually truly extorting other people. Or, you know, could be both. There's nothing that is preventing us from that. There's nothing preventing both from being true at once. But it is extortion. 15% tariffs are extortion. 10% was already extortion. It was borderline extortion. But 15 just more firmly puts it in the camp of extortion. I wish we weren't snatching leaders in the middle of the night. I wish we weren't blasting black and brown countries for the audacity of not working or being amenable to the extortion and resource extraction that the United States wants to do on them, like Venezuela or Iran. Although in the case of Iran, I will say, if the government there tells you that they want to put you to death, they were never going to be your friends. War was always going to be an eventual outcome. So on that part, I'm at least, you know, it's sad that things had to come to this, but it was also inevitable. Eventually, because of just how the United States works, and because of our politics, we were always going to elect someone who eventually got tired of the way things were working and just, whether because of actual sheer folly or just wanting their name on everything like Trump, you know, rip up all the deals we were trying to make with, Iran. Trump ripped them right up and said, no, we don't make deals with terrorists. It's basically the line he used without actually saying it. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of government officials lying to us. I'm tired of them wanting our vote. And doing things to get our vote and then not actually fulfilling their promises. Like we're just there to be used so that they can fulfill their own ambitions. I hate that so much. Mr. Jason says, for what you've seen and read, that guy. Smart move not to refer to him by name. I should do the same thing. Threatens a tariff on other countries, but fails to realize that a tariff is an incoming fee that American citizens pay. Right. So the cost is passed on to us, because why would companies sacrifice their profit? Why would they do that? That's like, I hate to say this, but that's like a communist asking for price controls. I'm sorry, but that's not how companies work. I'm gonna die. I had better focus first. Oh, what? You can't you're having trouble because these guys appear to be used like sabers as opposed to rapiers. Now I'm thinking on it. Are you gonna come up here or not? Wow, this is kind of frustrating, actually. But eventually we made it through. Nice. Mr. Jason says, or goes on to say, although your course is the subreddit r/crap Americans say. Right. Mr. Jason says, source. Okay, yep, got it. Mr. Jason says, what you like about the UK government is that, yes, there's also a right and a left, but yours tends to spend most of their time arguing or debating, in air quotes, in Parliament and trying to screw each other, so they tend to counteract each other so nothing meaningful happens. And so many U-turns. See, that is the design of the American government. I want people to realize this, because I don't think people realize how the government works. They just know what they see on TV and assume it's a kangaroo court. The founding fathers of the American Constitution came from the English monarchy. Like, they came from a time period where the government was actively trying to screw them over. Well, kind of like right now. They did not trust government one iota to do things correctly. They did not trust that. They did not trust them. So, what did the founding fathers do? Well, they created they created an adversarial system of government rather than a cooperative one, which means people attempt to find the truth or work together even though they have opposing points of view. Because in the end, no matter which way you look, no matter which point of view they're coming from, they want, we wanted the same thing. Even though the approach is completely different to, like, subsidized housing, for example, or housing in general, both parties in the U.S. could agree that, yeah, housing's important, and we need to do something about that. We triangulated and compromised with one another to make that happen. So what could you do to put a system like that on its head so it stops working properly? Well, instead of everyone acting in good faith, everyone acts in bad faith. Number one. Because the American system does kind of assume that people that are elected into office generally want to do the right thing. And they're there to actually represent their people. They put their political differences aside and work on some solution. Some solution that actually fits the people they're representing, and they advocate for that. You make that worse by instead introducing team politics. Oh, I like the way that this side is doing it. This is a this side solution as opposed to a that side solution. I don't like that solution because it's coming from that side. I could replace the words with collectivism and individualism, or communism and capitalism, and we'll end up with the same result, right? The point is, like, when politics becomes a team sport, it stops the system that was put in place stops working properly. Another thing that has happened another product of American adversarialism that both, how do I word this? It's what made the American system brilliant before, and it's what hampers it now. And I'll read all the comments in a moment, I promise. I want to get my thoughts out. Is... and I want to make sure I word this right. And I feel like I kind of lost my point. Let me see if that comes back to me after a couple of sentences. Mr. Jason says, you don't know if it's in the USA, but there's a music CD often made in the UK called, now that's what I call music. Insert current year. It's like the bop. There's like a, I know what you're talking about. It's that kind of thing. And on Google, you saw a photo with the UK government saying, now that's what I call U-turns. Oh, yeah, it's the insert gotchas here, that kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, but another thing that you do love about your government is that that guy style coup would be more difficult because we have a ceremonial king that acts as an additional barrier. It's supposed to. I agree with you. It is supposed to. But what happens? I don't want too much commentary because I don't want you to speak ill. I don't want you to break your own country's rules. So I advise you to be careful with what you're going with your response to this. But I want to propose a hypothetical. Let's say Andrew Mountbatten Windsor had become prince and he had become king instead of Charles. And it is discovered that, you know, he has associations to the funny man in the Forbidden Files. I'm being real loose about that on purpose. Let's say he has it's discovered, just like now, where he has those associations. You know, that barrier that you pointed out would be defiled. Let's assume that all the other things of the current UK government were also true. Keir Starmer is your PM. I believe Keir Starmer is a Labour Party representative, if I have that right. So let's assume he's still in charge. Let's assume his administration is the one enacting the policies. And let's say all of the protests and stuff, still happen. Would the barrier still be a barrier, or would that barrier begin to apply pressure to you after the fact? Mr. Jason says, honestly, your current PM is pretty cool. Yep. After 14 years of chaos, it is a nice sense of normalcy. If Keir Starmer is bringing you normalcy, then that is good enough for me. As an American citizen, I want normal. I want less interesting times. I don't want a despot in my office that only knows what the criminal underworld looks like. Ow. Oh, and these guys move around pretty readily. I don't want that. I want the world to be a better place. And, I'm a human being first. I don't care about my nationality that much. Hold on, I'm gonna let you guys hear this. Nice. Extra nice, even. Ma'am, can you go back to singing, please? No, of course not. Of course not. One second, I gotta make sure I put my eyeballs on this pretty appropriately. Is she just flapping there? I think she is. Mr. Jason says there are a lot of really good things that he's done that aren't showed because the media doesn't like to report nice things. Yeah, that's another thing I don't really like. I feel like our American media spends a lot of time reporting negative stuff because that's what generates click-through and ratings, TV ratings. So we're constantly at each other's throats because this issue or that issue is not being properly addressed. All we see is the negative, and so that's all we know, and it's really stinky. I hate that. One of the things that he has done is looked into Rockstar because they were treating their UK employees like crap. Good. Glad to hear it. 3 months ago, UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, oh, he's a knight, that's even better, says, Rockstar firing 31 GTA 6 developers over alleged union busting is deeply concerning and pledges that ministers will now investigate. You have no issues with him? That's fair. That is totally fair. And honestly, if we just... Well, okay, I can't say the same thing about, 47. Everyone should know who 47 is. I'm not going to even honor him with his name. I would have issues with 47 because of who he was before he was president the first time. And for the record, I did not vote for him one time because I knew who he was the first time he was in office. And the only reason he was not as misbehaved as he was in term number 1 was because we had people telling him no. He took notes. He learned, the one thing he learned was to put in people that weren't going to screw him over. And whether that means he set them up with blackmail, allegedly, or that he didn't need to because they already thought the same way he did is irrelevant. But he learned to replace the people that were telling him no with people who didn't care. Not even a yes, it's a I don't care sort of thing. And that's wrong. That's just wrong. That's all kinds of levels of wrong. Mr. Jason says the only good 47 is the agent. That's fair. That's fair. I would like a James Bond during these dark times. One other thing, though. Unless Agent 47's he's 007. Fair enough. Who's Agent 47 then? I feel like that's a reference I should be getting, and I don't. Mr. Jason says, you're meeting Agent 47 from the Hitman series of games? Ah, fair. Fair enough. We could use him too for what that's worth. Just someone who coldly and surgically attempts to get to the truth. Yeah, I would appreciate that. I would appreciate a lot of that right now. Like, we need someone who's gonna cut through the crap and really tell us Americans how it is in the forbidden files. And again, I'm being extra loose about that on purpose. There are all sorts of forbidden files. No one actually knows what I'm talking about, other than, maybe perhaps people listening in on the things that I type and talk about outside of stream hours. I'm tired, boss. I'm real tired. I want the world to be boring. I want the world to not be hurt. I tire of the greed and the anger. I'm tired of hurting myself. I tire of constantly flickering between rage, despair, and fear. I'm tired of that. I'm so tired of that. It's exhausting. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you're aware of those things from the news. Fair enough. And 2 people in the UK that got arrested for that. Yeah. And that's as far as the reference to that needs to go. I'm hoping that other governments that start to, like, you know, pull teeth and ask the people that are involved in those files to testify in their lands, that we can whip the DOJ into shape here and make them do that for us. And it not be a politicized thing, which is unfortunately what's happening here in the States, is those files are being politicized. I'm doing the Stormwind Shuffle, and I need to not be doing that. I'm just wanting to make sure I've found rune pieces as appropriate. Because there are a lot of rune pieces around the Erd Tree avatar. I can even show you guys the fight gimmick as well. But I'm trying to find associations in life that keep me from thinking about those files so much. I don't like what I've read in them. I've read some of it. I think I drank from the poison well, and I can't purge the poison from my body. The things that are in there, like, just viscerally disgust me. I don't even think... I think it would disgust most people. The stuff that's in there is... It shouldn't matter if you're religious or not. It shouldn't matter if you're, you know, an amoral person or not. Or humanitarian. Some of the stuff in there is just disgusting. And a lot of what's in there explains what has happened in the last 30, 40 years. A lot of history is recontextualized, at least for me, because I have read some of those things. It's gross. I should focus, though. I'll see you guys on the other side of this. Oh, they're not enraged. That's why that's happening. Yep, that happened. I actually don't want him to die here. Sorry, I shouldn't have even brought up that topic. I really shouldn't have brought any of that up. I feel really bad because there are people that were just looking to escape from IRL. I don't like, you know, poisoning the well for other people. It just bothers me. It bothers me, and I feel powerless to do anything about it. And me looking away as an American citizen is not the same as me looking away and I'm a UK citizen, or I look away and I'm a European or a Japanese or an Australian citizen. I can't look away because this is happening here. We're responsible. And maybe perhaps I know that there are going to be people that say, we know you're not responsible, you're just a citizen and all that. But I have heard calls from people who are like, why aren't you in the streets? Why aren't you doing something? As Americans, we don't, I feel we don't, for those of us that didn't vote for this, I feel like we can't sit on our laurels and say, look, our hands are tied, what can we do? We voted that crap in. There are even mantras in the Constitution that talk about, or excerpts from our founding fathers that talk about, you know, how to handle situations like this. Was all of that just is all of that just edifice? Is it all lies? Like, are we lying to people when we say that you should, you know, seek better from your government and that you should hold them accountable? Is that edifice? I feel like part of it is now. Mr. Jason says, but you know why? Americans want to do something, but it is deadly dangerous. Of course. It is deadly dangerous, and that is about as close to the footstep of that as we should probably say. But how do I word this? And I need to word it carefully. When we go and do something about, when we find the ability to do something about all this, I want to do it from a place that does not moralize or attempt to grandstand in front of other people. So what I mean by that is to say, I'll take the previous thing with Venezuela, right? You know, we captured Maduro. And we brought him back to face trial for crimes committed here in the state, namely of enabling fentanyl smuggling that killed hundreds or like tens of thousands of our own people, right? He enabled that. No matter what our part in this is, he still very much did that. He should face justice for that. Welcome on in, Gurman Singh H0001. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on a troubling bit of discourse, but about the state of the world. But otherwise, we are attempting to route Elden Ring Reforged, a mod of Elden Ring that overhauls the game, kind of like the Convergence or other similar mods, but in a more Vanilla Plus-esque way. If you don't mind my asking, Gurman Singh out, I'll have to figure out what short word to use for that. What's your level of experience or familiarity with Elden Ring Reforged, the mod of Elden Ring? Are you new to the mod? Have you played it multiple times, etc., etc., etc.? I'm always curious about the level of exposure my audience has to the game that is on the screen. I'm always curious about that. It's usually the grounds of good it forms the makings of great conversation, in my personal opinion. We can navigate spoilers and all kinds of other stuff. Mr. Jason says, it could just be you being sheltered, but the UK doesn't seem as bad as the media makes it. From what you understand, the people getting arrested were inciting violence in the 2024-2025 riots. Sure, yeah, this is the part of us Americans not knowing the world. Not knowing the, how the world works, or enough of the world. Mr. Jason says, that goes back to your freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequence statement. Exactly. Exactly. You wholly believe freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequence. I'm pretty much the same way. What those consequences are should perhaps differ from situation to situation, but, you know, that's why laws exist. Gurman Singh says, you just completed the DLC and never used mods? Fair enough. Fair enough. How did you find the DLC for the record? Did you enjoy it? Were there... I've heard generally good, if somewhat mixed opinions of the DLC. And while that's going on, I'll explain a little bit of Elden Ring Reforged for the uninitiated. Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul mod for Elden Ring made by Team Kernifer. So, for those on YouTube, if you type in *ERR, that's Shift 8 on a QWERTY keyboard, or above number 9 on your number pad. If you type if you use that key and the command ERR or ERWiki, type that into the chat, you will be given access or hyperlinks to the mod page for Elden Ring Reforged, as well as the wiki. The wiki discusses a lot of the overall changes in detail. But it's a great mod. It changes up a lot of things mechanically without altering the visuals of the game too much. Gurman says, I think I'll shorten it to that, if that's all right. It's the best DLC. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Not all that many people enjoyed it. You think it's so much content for DLC? Yeah, there is a lot of content for DLC. It's one of the biggest DLCs that FromSoft has ever produced. I will grant you that. I'm clearing the field of Guardians if people are wondering what the heck I'm doing, on top of looking for rune pieces. But essentially, I would describe Reforged as a overhaul that leans closer to Vanilla Plus, with some extra frills on top, as opposed to something like the Convergence, which is just change everything in the game, for better and worse. For example, Elden Ring Reforged has a class or a subclass system in the form of fortunes, which alter the gameplay style. You're encouraged to play the game differently when you equip or use one of these. Another example is a bestiary. This game actually has a bestiary, and you get rewards for completing it. The bestiary functions for both base game and DLC, as far as I am aware. There are rune pieces which go toward a side grade or stat upgrade system that runs in parallel to leveling up. It doesn't replace leveling up, but it lets you grab extra enhancements that you wouldn't normally have the rune levels to get. In Reforged, stats and their functions have been changed. The list goes on and on. There are way too many changes. That's why I recommend the wiki. The wiki does a good job of mentioning most of the relevant, actually new changes that people want to see. But if you like base game and you like Elden Ring, and you're looking for a way to spice up the game that is not just Oh, here is all of this memeified content that I don't care about. Maybe try Reforged. You might be surprised what it does for you. Okay, look out. Oh, they are gone. I do need to concentrate now that I do not have any kind of distractions on the screen for the boss. There we go. There are enemies in this game that have, or in this mod, I should say, that will actually have, like, physic tear effects on them. This one had the opaline bubble tear as an effect on it that would refresh periodically. And the opaline bubble tear mitigates damage by 90% for the next attack that you would take. So it's like it's rough to have an enemy that has that kind of effect on them. Truly. I'm trying to think if there's any bookkeeping that I need to do while we are wrapping up with stream for today. Mr. Jason says, for example, if you don't appreciate Mr. Coin enough one day, your personal consequence is that you appreciate me twice as much the next day. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. You being here is enough, good sir. That much I do promise. You know, I'll keep going and I'll keep streaming until I can't. I'll press on. If there's one thing that both my lived experience and things that I've taken from World of Warcraft are concerned, there's a mantra that has stuck with me, you know, ever since I found it. And that is, fortitude is not the same as strength. And that what you get out of strength, personal strength, and what you get out of fortitude are completely different things. Fortitude does not care about what your next moment looks like. It only cares that you're alive. I'm alive, and the burden of proof is that I'm sitting right here. I'm streaming. I'm not faking anyone out. There's no AI generation here. I'm a real human being. The breath that I take and the blood that I bleed is proof enough that I'm alive, and I have to remember that. I use that to kind of give myself fortitude, because strength is more like perseverance, right? Strength is perseverance. How long can you last before you can turn the tables? Fortitude does not care about those things. Fortitude is simply the quality of enduring punishment or wear and tear. I think I will attempt to get to our next area, which is right here, funnily enough. I try to hold those things close to my heart. And I never mix up strength and fortitude. right now in my personal life, I am not looking to exercise personal strength. I need to exercise fortitude. And a lot of this life right now is fortitude for me.
Shall I to let my hand share them with me?
Yay, we can actually up our damage somewhat. Yay! It's the last thing we get to do before calling it an episode. And, you know, filling up our physic flask with an opaline bubble tier, because damage mitigation is good, is what I will say about that. Mr. Jason says exercising fortitude can be a strength. Maybe. I guess it kind of depends. I guess the perspective is always sometimes having fortitude is a strength, and other times it cannot be conflated with strength because fortitude is asking for a very different thing. I picked up this mantra from the Mists of Pandaria expansion in World of Warcraft. And, you know, the mantra could be wrong, right? But one of the 4 aspects that you get to interact with the story, they're kind of like gods in their own right, or things that the Pandaren venerate, is the oxen aspect of fortitude. And the Avatar more or less says, you know, fortitude is not a strength. You should not be mixing up strength with fortitude. Those are 2 very different things. You can have a strength in fortitude, you can be strong in fortitude, but fortitude and strength are 2 different things. One is short term, one is long term. Fortitude is the long term thing. Mr. Jason says at the end of the day, all that matters is that you found 2 people that care very deeply. You and Miss Carly. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. And just in time for the stream to end, because I'm out of drink. My lovely senators and inductees, on my way out the door, I will go ahead and pass around the Discord server. If you guys want to talk to me more, outside of streaming hours, you're more than welcome to do that in my server. So close. Let me go ahead and fix that here. You got it, Mr. Jason. Perfect. I'd love to have you guys on my Discord server. I release thumbnails to you. There are places for you guys to chat, etc., etc. I do sometimes share pictures there as well. Not even just thumbnails, but pictures of things I do, and so on. I'd love to have you there. If not, I am working on a Stoat Chat alternative, or the alternative of a Stoat Chat server for those that want to just not be affiliated with Discord whatsoever. I totally get that. I completely understand that. It is not ready yet, but when it is, you guys will be the first to know on that. And you can find all that stuff and more in my link tree, which I will dispense for you guys on Kick now. It wasn't a mistake. Mr. Jason says the first command wasn't an error. It references you, a deserver of love and kindness. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Thank you. I'm very thankful to have you in my corner. See you tomorrow, good sir. See you tomorrow, Mr. Jason. I stream throughout the week. I stream 5 days a week, basically during the business week. For those that are new here, I usually stream Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and after next week, I will probably be streaming even earlier up until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Probably. I've not yet quite figured out all the determinations for that, but I will soon. You guys know the algorithmic things to do, whether you're on Twitch, Kick, or YouTube. And you guys know where my hallowed halls are. For you guys on Twitch and YouTube, you can either check the description on YouTube or it'll be underneath the video player on Twitch, and you will find my Discord server up, there amongst all of the nice shiny buttons you can click on. But that is going to do it for today. My name is Coin, and this has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. All content, fire spells only, routing. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there, guys. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls, and you now know where those halls are anytime. I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. And with that, goodbye.